as that we're gonna have to do specifically Minecraft on a day where I have nothing on. And the reason why that is because Minecraft takes a lot of time, and doing 3 hour streams a day, 3 hour streams day in a day, it's not going to do much. Like that's like one building in 3 hours, and so what we're going to do is we're going to do like a 6 hour stream, have a break, do a 6 hour, well, do a 3 hour stream, go get something to eat, water, do another 3 hours, then have an hour break because we're going to do some personal things, and then from there we do three and three again. And the idea is that we'll only do this when we're doing like Minecraft, so we can have do a lot of things and get a lot of things done. I just want to add, and I don't know if you know about the show. It's got a show called Survivor. I don't think it should be called Survivor. I think it should be called Survivor Games because the thing about it is Survivor. You think you'll be surviving. Like there's a show. It was made from the UK or England, I think, and it actually was. They actually got people, and it actually got people to try and survive. Now the idea of that whole show. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. The whole idea of that show was actually to see if people can actually survive. They didn't. It was no games. It was just about surviving, and they had guys who could film and guys who couldn't. I wanna make this and because I wanna try. I wanna actually make this like the air where they shave the sheep. that's a bit. I don't mind it. Um, and then we. I think I messed up, guys. No, I haven't. Okay. Now we're gonna do the campfires. Yeah, so we'll try and see if we can get this village done. See, now I don't like that. I wanna. Oh, very fun. And then what we need is gates. Gates. Where's gates? Gates. Right, now we do we do some of this. Then I'm gonna do it. Then went in there and I went in there. I think that's good because I said I need good old need that hammer there. We've got some junk guys. That and then we need there we go. Do again. This is like one of the easiest ways. The reason why I don't use these glow flowers, the main point, is because they don't spawn in their section. If there's the if they build a village nearby which has a glow flowers, I will use it. But if it's where I'm not if there's no near the flowers near, I'm just gonna do this. It's also something cool. I don't know if they still have it, but little trick if you want to have pumpkins and but you want dim the lights. Um, it's really cool. I don't know if they still have it, but we were experimenting like years ago. It's like a really cool thing you can do. I don't know if they have it now, but you can do guys, yeah. So a long time ago, you could actually do that and it'll actually dim the light. It was really cool, really cool. It will actually dim the light, but they don't have it in the game. Really disappointing. Like if there was a way, like I want to, there is like a block called a light block where you can actually just put like lights where it's not physical block there. That would help a lot. This guy, he doesn't. I'm listening to a video where they're discussing, four Christians and another religion, which I have no idea what it is. It's an African religion. This guy's going like, you guys just need to go to church, which is just not true at all. That's actually not bad. I don't mind having flowers. Right, mate, you need to die. And then now, so that's where they'll get all shave all the thing. This here is where they are going to would be getting the water. So I'm going to actually do like this here and get rid of this and this might. This is a big barn. I think it is a big barn. Got the pigs here, which also, carrots and that, which is pretty much done. We're gonna have horses in these section or no? Oh no, okay, yeah, no, that was yeah. So this here is gonna be for that. Um, this will be a stable for horse. But I'm probably gonna get rid of them and make the stables entrance here, so we can have two stables in here. Probably. Um, and then I'm I do want to add a feeding spot, but it's just this one section I'm thinking of is like, you know, I could extend it out to here, the feeding section, but then again, do I really want to? I don't really think it's a good idea. I like, yeah, no, it's quite annoying. Maybe if maybe maybe doing like that for now. I'm just trying to think where do I really want. I could put two horses in here, but I don't think it'll make sense. So if I do like that, it needs at least to be four. I think 4 wide is going to be better. So if I do something like this, something like that, and do the same sort of process over here, there's always a problem. It's too small. Trying to how are we going to do this, guys? It's really not. Well, if I think about it, I could technically. No, it's not going to work. I got an idea. I got an idea. I do think because again, it's like right now if I do this, and then okay, so I think that works. It is annoying. Maybe I can make these storage units. Yeah, okay, I got idea. So we're gonna make these storage. That's the only thing I can think of making up, to be honest. Because it is a really odd barn. So if we do something like this, and then we'll get word. Would that make sense? It would be. The thing is, if it doesn't, dirt would get in there. So I don't think it. I think it would make sense. Right. Now, sheep eat wheat, but also what's going to be in this again? I think I'm going to have birds or chickens, or we'll just get the wheat. Um, right, so I'm thinking what we can do actually makes more sense. We could put some hay in these, but also we could put like wool in because again, are you gonna have white wool because we're just gonna make it where they'll naturally die flowers. And what I'm thinking of is actually getting some well, no, there wouldn't be shears in here though at all. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Probably empty boxes would actually make more sense. So the whole context, they're trying to get idea of sacrifice, and he points to like um, being Jesus when I don't really know what he's talking about. Buzz is gibberish. It's so dumb. It's he thinks someone. So if you had a house and then someone robbed you, go and rob you, and you kill that person, so he didn't hurt you. My man thinks that's sacrifice. Yeah, it's stupid. Sacrifice has to be intent killing. When if you rob someone, um, there's no intent to it. You defend yourself, so your intent is to leave. That's the difference. Your tendency not to kill, your tendency to live. So that's why I would say human sacrifice is bad. Um, but I wouldn't say the reason why I wouldn't say Jesus' sacrifice is bad because one, it was God. Two, he was doing it to save, and three, he chose it himself. But when it's like, and then animals, I don't think it's bad sacrificing, depending if it's, God says to do it. Well, God doesn't say it to us to go and sacrifice things in the New Testament because the whole point of the sacrifice in the Old Testament was to point to God. And it wasn't needed to be, it didn't, and sacrifice didn't need to be a blood atonement. It needed, there was, God made it where people who are poor didn't have to, which couldn't afford animals, could do, non-animal sacrifice, non-blood. Now, the reason why he needed to be blood, was because this punishment for sin is death. And the point of the cross was that everything which Jesus went through was, which was punishment for sin. So him being whipped and all that, that was all what punishment really was. It was punishment for sin. So it was taken as punishment. But when people say it's like, that's, Satan is, it's like, no, it's not. Satan is where he sacrificed to a God where the sacrifice does nothing. Like sacrifices of animal sacrifices, the point was to atone for your sins. The point of the sacrifice for Jesus was the last sacrifice where it would atone for all sins. So the sacrifices of the Old Testament actually were not just for sins, but for other things as well. But the sacrifice of Jesus covered all sin, all things. So everything in Old Testament sacrifice, which they had to do sacrifice for sins and other things, which were sin, but different type of sins, were the actual sins which were sacrificed, which Jesus covered all. That's the main difference. This is why the crucifixion is so important, because so that means we don't have to sacrifice anymore. And then the law was actually made. The whole point of the law was to show that we need God, we need Jesus, and we need things. That's the whole point of the law. You know, it was meant to show you need help. But again, we're humans. It's like the desert. They're meant to be only in the desert for 40 days. But they were in there for 40 years because they constantly disobeyed God. They weren't listening to him. They thought they knew better. And so, and it's as I said, they misunderstood the law. My man just said there's Christian. How did that get lit up again? Hold on. It's not a ritual killing. People think just cause no, a ritual killing is where you follow a practice of, so example, if someone said, oh, we're going to kill this person, sacrifice him, then they follow their rituals before the actual killing, which we see all the time. That's ritual sacrifice. Like Jesus Christ, it wasn't a ritual sacrifice because there was no actual ritual he before he took the punishment and sacrificed himself. That's a difference between a sacrifice and an honor and a ritual sacrifice. A ritual sacrifice involves a actual ritual before the sacrifice. A sacrifice doesn't involve a ritual. For example, someone diving in front of a bus and pushing someone out of the way. That's a sacrifice. It's not a ritual sacrifice. It's not wrong. If someone got someone and then did a ritual and then they killed them, that's a ritual sacrifice. That is wrong to a person. Animals is not wrong depending on the animal. So God would say sacrifice these certain animals, only certain animals, like cows, goats, and birds. You didn't see him sacrifice cats, dogs, or hippos, or So it's like I do agree, killing a cow and make sure it's painless and then burning it as sacrifice. To me, I said that's not wrong. But when I say I kill a dog, to me it's wrong because it's like, bro, dogs they have more feelings. But it's not morally conception in our minds. Is it wrong in terms of the Bible? Not really if you do it for God, but again, God doesn't command you to kill dogs or sacrifice dogs. He commands us to sacrifice heifers and birds and goats and sheep. That's what he commands to sacrifice. Now, if you go outside the sacrifices, you're going outside of God. What did he ask to be sacrificed? So therefore therefore it's wrong. But Jesus was not a ritual sacrifice because a ritual sacrifice has to involve a actual ritual before the actual sacrifice, before the killing. Jesus Christ there was no sacrifice, there's no ritual before. He was done under the Roman guards. So there was actually really no sacrifice or no ritual before that. Romans don't do a ritual before they do an execution. They don't. They don't have a ritual of doing it. Yes, I had false gods, but I think you can have a false god. Like it was like Rome, had a false god, but they didn't kill in honor of their god. They did it, specifically the crucifixion wasn't about honoring their god. It was about justice. The crucifixion. It was for criminals. That's what the crucifixion was, part of the law. So that's another problem. If you're going to say, it was under, a religion, but the Romans didn't have a specific religion, or they didn't have a specific thing, which they did. They didn't at all. They didn't have a specific thing. All they had, that they didn't have, they didn't do a ritual before. So, yes, Jesus died. Yes, he sacrificed himself, but it wasn't wrong of him doing it, because that means you got to be like, that means it's going to be like, okay, then if it's wrong to save people, and then you gotta be consistent and say it's wrong for a person to stop a mass shooter. It's wrong for people to stop a kidnapper. It's wrong for people to stop a child abuse. And because it involves sacrifice. Yes, the fact sacrifice something. It doesn't mean you sacrificing yourself. No, but it can lead to that. The person could kill you for trying to stop it. So you're still technically sacrificing yourself. So that's the thing. It's like If you're going to be consistent, that means you're going to be consistent with your argument. If someone's sacrificing themselves for you is wrong, then you go be consistent and say that. Um, then you go be consistent and say, um, um, yeah. So basically, if you're gonna say someone sacrificing their life for so you can be saved is wrong, and then you gotta be consistent and say that that means police are wrong. You know, it's inconsistent. So, when someone says, oh, religion was Satan is because of Jesus or sacrifice of cow or animals, like, that doesn't make it Satanism. Satanism is where you sacrifice to, not to a god specifically, but to a god which continually sacrifices humans specifically. That's what Satanism was, human sacrifice. But it specifically does, it's specifically a ritual before. And it's to please a God, not to take something. Like if Jesus sacrificed himself to please the Father, but there was that sin, yes, that can be counted as Satanism because it was just to please the God. But it wasn't it. It used to please the Father, but the main point wasn't to please God. The main point was to save us, to save believers. That's why he did it. He didn't do it because he wanted to please. He did the main what it was in. He didn't go to the cross, but I'm doing the cross because I want to please God. He went to the cross because he wanted to. He wanted to save. He wanted to save his question, and that's what he did. And so saying that you know Christianity is Satanism because of that is because of what how people with Jesus is, or Satanism is not. Satanism is specifically towards a God where it's to please. That's specifically humans. Saying it's animals is a stretch, and then that means it's like, well, then everyone's Satanism because that means butchers are Satanists, but farmers are Satanists because they kill their animals for profit. But you won't say that. That's what I mean. It's me. Right, if someone says like she's Satanism, you'd be like, well, no. You can't say animals are it makes it Satanism because that means you got to say every farmer is a Satanist, but you won't say that unless you want to be consistent and sound really stupid, which I think you don't want to sound really, really stupid. So, yeah. Or being able to agree and go, okay, yeah, I agree that, yeah, I was wrong. Christianity isn't Satanism, it's just my misunderstanding. But they're going to be humble, but, I don't think they will be humble, to be honest. Right. There's one of that. Oh, dear. I want to make this a big. We'll see how it looks. So I might actually make it way smaller. Oh, I know what I can do. Fifth water station. Alright, this is gonna be really cool. Watch. Do that. Do that. Come here. Do that. Like that. And then come here with the dirt. And then here with some sort of like this. I do. I think doing that is, and I can do the same idea of the other side as well. Um, yeah. So they go and then they throw it up, and then yeah, we do something like that. There you go, and then the same idea. Do this. We do this. Probably something that's actually I've got to make sure it makes sense with everything. So if I do something like this, that, I think that would be good, yeah. Then that. Okay. Alright. It's nothing much, but I think that's probably, yeah, okay, that's better. That's nice. Okay, now we got that, guys. Now if we come here, oh my goodness, there's an elephant. I really don't know how I want to solve these other animal problems. I'm probably just going to know, because again, while I'm here, they'll spawn, but why I'm not here, they'll despawn. The sheep won't, which is fine. Let's just get the sheep in. Again, I just want to use, just going to get white sheep. I know that sounds a bit mean or racist, but it's, because technically, one, you don't see I've never seen a purple sheep in real life. I've seen white, but I've seen people dye wool to get that colour. Oh, now again, should I do brown, guys, or should I do white? I actually might do brown, but I'm doing white. No, because no, I want to do brown. Yeah, because if it's showing being brown, if the main color's brown, I'm gonna make it brown. There you go. Right, is it this dude? Don't be lying. Okay, weird, because they're lighting up because of the heat of this biome. I need to say something. So, yeah, so these aren't lining up. They're like the same. So why is wait, hold on. But I'd love to be in this conversation because he said in it that Christians think we're pure, like pure, and we done nothing wrong. If I was there, I would say to him, one, an actual Christian who actually follows Jesus and worships him and believes in him knows for a fact that we are not good, we are not pure, we are our works are a you know our works are like dirt is like a dirty rag to God, to Jesus. So we know we're not perfect. Um, but doesn't mean we can go out, sinning. Jesus says to us, he has to us is to believe in him and repent. If we believe in Jesus and then have unrepentance of sin, we never believe in Jesus. And two, if a Christian is saying that they're pure, it's pure, it's because they're actually doing a sin. Because like if you think it, because I was doing this watching this video, this pastor he groomed this woman when she was a child, and then he tried to lie about it on his thing. He said I could be adopted and this and that, and lie about it, and then she came with a husband, and he had like these things like a ring, thing, a like a ring which is like shows you're pure. And like that sort of stuff is very if you're watching this and you go to a church and their authority is not the Bible and they add things to their church, like religious practices is fine if it aligns with the Bible. Like I see companies do. they drink wine and eat bread for a ritual and a symbols of what you know what he said. He says you shall eat my blood and bread. This is me, and the whole metaphor is that you shall believe in Jesus. You shall he's trying to get understand that you should take it in. Um, so what we do, so some churches do is they do, which I participated in, is that they get like a wine or a red drink if there's kids involved. They usually give the adults, wine, and they give the kids, some red fan or something like that, and then you give some bread, and then we say a prayer, and then we eat the bread thing. Um, that there's nothing wrong with that within the biblical eyes because um, it's about what Jesus did. So there's nothing wrong in that sense of it. But it would be wrong to things like make a new thing like a purification ring where that it shows that you're pure. You know, if you go to a church and one, no matter where you go, do not rely on the pastor. Do not rely on the pastor trust me. You should. If you go to church and you think that trusting your pastor, trusting your church leader is the good thing and allowing him around your children or her around the children or, don't. Don't. The only person you should trust around your children is your spouse. The only person you trust around your children is God. And you'd be like, well, how do you determine, to trust? People, simple. You look at them and you judge their fruits and what they think in the Bible. Because a pastor knows that, if I was a thief, I wouldn't bother. If a kid asks me questions, I'll make sure that the kids ask me questions with their parents. I wouldn't feel comfortable because around a child without their parents. So the fact, when I see a child without their parents, the general first thing I always ask is about their parents because it's like, I hope, they, haven't, been abandoned or something like that. So yeah, if you are a church, right, the most common thing happens is the most the most perpetrators of actually child sex, pedophiles happens is because it happens to people which you actually know and which the child knows. Most people think it happens without them knowing or without the person they don't know, but that's not true. Majority of the time, cases come up. Majority of the time, most of them actually come from the kids knowing, not you knowing the person, and it really happens because the parents let the child stay at someone else's place, and so trust. Don't trust anyone around your child apart from your spouse. Well, no, don't trust your spouse. Use the Bible to trust them. If they are matching the Bible behavior, that's fine. If they're not, if they are nice and and this is for really also dating. If you're thinking about going dating, and this for you as two women as well, and Christian women and Christian men, if one thing's off, like if they believe in the Bible but then they don't believe this part of the Bible, this and that, one for the hills. I mean one. Because as soon as you the thing, if there's an atheist, well, they're gonna trust him no matter what. All they gotta do is just make them feel comfortable. Done. And their guard's down. The guard's down. This thing was another obvious to have when they're adults is that the guard is down, and then the children can easily be played. The guard is really always down. You can teach your kid so much, but if you don't watch, from what there's the best thing you can do to your kids is definitely um, is a safe word. Teach them a safe word. Um, and if and teach them a safe word. Say to them if you see someone and say to them, "Come here, I know your parents." Say to them what's a safe word, and make sure you only know and your spouse only knows, or just you. So say to the child if you see a man ask for daddy's safe word, if you see a woman ask for mummy's safe word, and then the idea is that that means, and then if they say and if they don't know it, go, run away, and as soon as they grab you, scream as loud as you but again. And if you do that, if you teach your child that, it'll help you so much because a lot of time the parents don't put a mechanism with their kids to get up to teach them how to recognize danger. Because you can tell your kid, not to go somewhere, but again, if they feel safe, they're not going to think about it, and that's what babies do. They make them, they make the child feel safe around them, and then they do the whole act, which is that. So yeah, if you like, the best thing you can do is do a safe word. Do a safe word. Make it specifically only toward. Make one safe word towards the dad, and make that safe word towards the mum. And then say to her if she gets both, if he gets both, um, um, because a lot of times I see is, there was a case where this, I think she was 13 or 12, she went missing, and cops found her with like this bloke, and he had a machete, and she was drugged, so it was what he was trying to do. But lucky, they found her. And the idea was because the guy said that she thought he was someone else. And that's the biggest thing. It's like your kids aren't going to think of these sort of things, and that's what parents think, which I think they generally misunderstand, is that they think that these kids would know all these things and then what happened, but they don't. Kids aren't going to think of it first, so this is what you're going to be like. Always a safe word, safe word, and then you want some sort of whistle. You can go online, and you can, there's like a alarm thing you can, it's really cool. It's really loud. I recommend getting it. If I can get the sponsor, I will. No, I will get if I can find it. I will direct you guys what it is because trust me, if you're a parent or anyone, as soon as someone touches you, it's gonna help you so much. And also too, don't let your kids be alone anytime. I'm not joking. Anytime. If you are a parent and if if, you know, get your kids a bus stop, don't tell them to go in any car, railway, because you know it's like. For me, it's most parents think that kids have the safety awareness, and they think 12 months will be the only thing, but you got to get your kid programmed into safety measures because most parents don't tell their kids think that nothing's going to happen to their kids, but that's not true. But yeah, if you are a parent, um, safety measures. Um, if someone comes to you says and someone first thing you do is get them to teach them what to do if someone claims that they know us. The first thing you want to do is to find someone else. Don't even think about talking. Find someone else. go and find another parent, specifically try and go and find another parent with like a mum and that. And then once if that's not there, if the parent's not there, ask for do safe words. Um, and then tell them that to try and then tell them to your kid to say that say tell them that don't mention the safe word. Try and get them to like question a person. So say to your kids, say that I want you to say the person that say that mummy and daddy don't have a safe word. Or no, say to them, do mum and dad have a safe word? And see, or no, just get them to say that mum and dad don't has, or no, ask, do you know mum and dad? And then from there, if they say yes, say that do false descriptions of your mum and dad. So first you want to say to your kids that if first you want your kid to say first you want to do this. You want the kid to say if someone comes up to them, you tell them to run away and find another parent. As soon as he starts to grab you, scream as loud as you can, and also have that whistle thing. If they, or no, scream as soon as they move close to you, scream, because because if they don't scream before they grab, they can cover them. They can cover them out, the kids' mouth. So tell them to scream before they grab. And then from there, you want, and then and then also aim for the sensitive bits, aim for the private parts. If it's a man, aim for the clutch. Don't be ashamed telling your kid that. Just aim for the clutch. Then from there, but if he does it, it's the grab. If you can, and if no one's there, try and distract him. If no one's there, do the step. But try and make a step for your child. So if someone says to you, "Hi," no. So sometimes if a guy comes up to you and says, "Where are your parents?" If a guy asks you something, don't panic. Stay still. Stay in that one spot and wait until someone comes up. Let me see what I it up. And then, and if he asks you to go somewhere, don't. Like, you need to try and do you want to put safety measures in. So first you want a safe word, and you want to put that safe word into them, and you want that safe word where it's so ununique where it can also fit a conversation. So say if um, say say that talk about or no maybe you could do maybe a word which is spelled so obvious, not hard to miss. Mistake it 3 times. So if you were to teach your kid specifically if they're in trouble, if you go skip that something like that, you want to get your kids to do what build into a way to work out if they're, unsafe. And the easiest way to do it is that you want them to, because you want them, tell your kid that you want the kid not to try and give you your phone and then tell, say that I want to tell my friend I'm okay and that. Because if you have the phone, depending on the times, some of them will um, try and get your kid to say to you that they're okay. So what you want to do is you want to do like one word spelled misspelled 3 times in the same text. So as simple as the is like the is the and put THA 3 times and that means trouble. So these sort of safety means because it has actually worked in my life. There was a case where this mum's daughter was kidnapped, and the mum's daughter sent her a text, but they had like a safety. They taught her a like a safety thing where in the text there's a something they do to tell them in trouble. So the daughter got the phone, convinced the kidnapper to get a phone, to give her a phone, and she texts her parents. But to the kidnapper, it looks like she's just saying to her parents, "I'm okay," and that that he thinks that the parents don't know. The reality is that the parents have, got their daughter to made a way or made a safety steps to call for help without them realizing you are. And she did exactly what they told her to do, and they worked. And then from there, they worked out that she's in trouble, and the police saved her. That sort of thing you can do, and then you need to also do conversational. Um, you need, as I said, right, conversational, safe words, um, um, safe words, which will work great. Um, if it's conversational, you need safety steps. If it's not, if they come at you straight away, scream. Um, you know, try and give them a whistle, a rape whistle, something like that. But like these steps are always good to take. Always good to take. But yeah, it's like, so you try and get safety eventually. If you're, it's always good. It can be the determination of life and death. Um, but there's another massive safety feature you can do, which is always a guaranteed safety feature. That's Jesus Christ. Of course. I'm not joking, I'm being serious. Think about it. No matter what they can do, no matter what they do to you, if you genuinely, if you like, this is the thing. It's like it's either a, it's either live a life where there's boundaries. So say that um, you're watching this and you are gay. It's either your choice to live a whole life of being gay, or you can believe such lie and which will better yourself and try and have a relationship with a God, which most Christians do, and die and there's nothing, or you die and there's Jesus. So it's obvious like you live as an atheist, you have everything to lose, because if you die, no matter how you die, you're gonna go. You won't be saved, so you'll be a life torment. Um, so you have everything to lose. Or if you're Christian, even if it's not real or true, no matter what, Christianity is the only one Christianity is the only God which guarantees you that if you believe in me and repent, you shall have eternal life. The Christianity is the only religion which offers that. Not Islam, not Buddhism, it's only Christianity. Every other religion is that yes or what. So it's other that. And so if you're watching this, no matter what happens to you, if you truly believe, no matter what, if it's not true, well, you can still live a happy life. People can still live a happy life. You know, struggle in sin. I struggle in sin, but I'm still happy. So you can still be happy in that sort, in that life, in the life. The only difference is that you won't be living, or you won't, you know, deny you might not live a attractive women, and that, you might not be attracted to men. That's, that's not true. There's plenty of cases where, lesbians have been lesbian and then they decide to, be straight. It's really a decision choice, you know. It's a decision choice. But yeah, that's not the only reason lies where that people only try to do one thing. It's really not. It's like a choice. If you want to, it's like if you want, example, here's a choice, because this is like why it's a choice. There's your body is naturally made to be oriented to women, um, but you really don't get that. It's not really a feeling. It's what your body's made to be. It's how your body's made. It's how your body's made. So even though your body might be, might be as a male, you can still technically like men body parts, but at the same time, um, you still have a thing, and at the same time, you are still choosing, men over women. Um, but the main point is, no matter how you put it, being gay is actually a choice. Because people be like, oh, you didn't choose it. Oh, you did. But it's like, what the whole point of when there's no choice is when you're actually born with it. No one's born gay, and no one's born straight, and this is why it's a choice. It can't. The only time, like, if it wasn't a choice, and then you were born gay, and then you were straight to pretend gay when you're young. Problem is, that's just not true, because you don't understand it. Child doesn't understand it. So this is why, you know, you start understanding when you're around 14 or 15, around there. You start understanding it, but you don't really know the consequences of it. And that comes when you're around 17. Like, yes, there's the bad things in the lead, like, smoking can be bad and that, but you don't really know the full consequence of it until you're about 18. Um, and then the more it comes from really around 20 or 18. Because, like, someone can know it's wrong, someone can understand some consequences, but some cannot understand the full consequences, and some can also don't know it's not also not don't know it's morally wrong. For example, a 30-year-old will know will know what it is, but won't understand it. Say drinking. They when they get to around 16, 15, they'll understand that, but won't know the full consequences of it. But will know it's wrong. Because not because they're not some good lawyers, because they'll see other people and they realise. Example, majority of the cases, like there was one where um, she was, remembering, abused and she abused for a long time, and she didn't know it was wrong until she got 16. But the reason why she thought it was wrong, or in general, was because she saw her friend's family, and what they did to their daughter was nothing what her father did to her. So a 16-year-old could actually not know it's morally wrong at all when they're 16. And that puts it in perspective is that, well, if you don't know what's morally wrong, well, what's the limit of children then? And so, and this is what I mean, like, so, um, children, this is what I mean, so it's like, um, that you can, so when, that's what I mean, like, when, and this is why you got to be very, and this is why it's very, like, being concerning, because, um, because at 16, she didn't know it was wrong until she had a feeling, I think, but she didn't really know it was wrong. Like, you can have a feeling, like, I can have a feeling like smoking's wrong, but it doesn't mean I know it's morally wrong. I just have a feeling, I'm not looking it's good wrong. I just don't know. But until you see the results of other people when they're not doing it and realizing, hold on, why? No, they don't do this. Why is this happening to me? And then you realize it's morally wrong as well. Because morally wrong comes from it's wrong no matter what. Feeling, it means that you think it's wrong, but it could be still not wrong. That's the difference. So a 16-year-old is still technically morally like a child, depending on circumstance. But even 20 is like, it's very rare, but a 20-year-old could still have the lack of awareness. But most of the time, that's just not. It's like, it's disturbing. Oh no, it's disturbing, man. It's so disturbing. Why? Let me. No, just let me leave it. I'm just gonna leave it like that. We won't talk about that. That's fine. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. But yeah, so like, you actually, if you look at these horrific stories, you'll be shocked of of awareness. You'll be shocked because if a kid grows up in a stable family, they will their understanding and that will be faster. But if they're a big grown up in a abusive household, the understanding will not grow, will be a lot slower because they won't know they be they know because when a kids we grow up in a stable family, they see all these other things that are not wrong, and their family has taught them. But if it's like not, then it's like, well, then there's another thing. It's like, so yeah, it's looking good. I hope. I don't know. Yeah, so I can't wait till God comes out. He's gonna. And this is the thing which people don't realize is that these people who do these things think they can get away with it. But most people think that, oh, God's just gonna, go punch for this. But no, that's not true. God will punch for that. But remember, even the thought of them doing it, God's gonna punish. Even them, God, they want to do it. Even he's gonna punish, and that's what I mean. Like there's a lot more things which they'll be punished, and I just can't wait. It's gonna be so fun. It's gonna be tough, but it's gonna be fun. But it's just like the most thing which I find really sad is that, and it's not God's fault at all, is that when the trumpets do come, there will be a mass turning to, and like I'm pretty sure like it's in Revelation, but I'm pretty sure it's described there's gonna be a mass turn towards God of when there's the witnesses. Um, so yeah, it's gonna be great. I was looking at JDP using AI, and I had some thoughts, and one thing which I get really confused on is when people say there's no time for repentance at judgment, but then they say that there's no um that God won't forgive them because they didn't believe in Jesus. But the Bible never describes, but there's never a limited. There's never the Bible doesn't describe a time where belief is limited. It describes of being like now is a time when praying. Now is the time to believe. But it's not saying that this is the only time to believe. This is the only time to repent. And so I'm like, well then I'm like, okay then. I just find it interesting is that well then if there's no actually verse specifically stating that people can't believe in a judgment, um, then that means people can technically still be saved. And the whole point, and that for God to actually do it, they need to believe in Christ. But then at the same time, belief isn't enough. Um, it's the heart turning. Now, people might say, oh well, then everyone would turn. But no, not true. If that was the case, if anyone knows God and believes who He is and believe what He did, will turn. The heart will turn, and then there's a massive problem. It's just like, then Satan will be like his angel. But the point is that Satan knows, um, you know, Satan knows Jesus is God. So it's like if just Satan knows Jesus, and then people be like, angels can't turn anyway. We're like, yeah, that's true, but that's not the point. The point is that at judgment, people will still confess Jesus is God, but there's still people who deny Him even when they see Him. Look at Lazarus in the Bible. He begged, but his wasn't in his heart wasn't in the right place. Um, when he realized he was going, but I find it very like interesting. But the point is this: the Bible never describes a state where it describes a time to believe, yes, but it doesn't describe a time where it's limited. Because if I say to someone, now is the time to join the team, it doesn't mean he can't join them next year. I'm just saying that this is now the time to join the team. It doesn't mean he can't join later. Just say this is now the time. Or this is the best time to do it. This is the time, which right time. So it doesn't mean if he doesn't join now, he can't, um, you know, join the team. And so I'm like, okay. And then it's like, well, then it's, and then it's like, and then it's like, um, and then I thought about the logical consistency with it. At judgment, people at judgment what do you call it? Will still deny him, even confess it. Why he says in the Bible that everyone will confess, um, every knee shall bow and everyone shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. That's fine, but confession doesn't mean actual turning. You know, because if it's only confessing, that means um, everyone can be technically, will be technically fine. But that's the problem. The Bible doesn't say that. And then the other thing is that the Bible shows that God judges by the heart, but it also shows that's the thing which actually determines. Yeah. Look at like the people of God. He had no works, he had nothing to his name, nothing. But the thing which saved him is his heart. It's not that because he confessed, it's not that because he didn't even say twice that Jesus is God at all. That's the thing. People don't realize that people on the cross never said Jesus is God. He never said he is Lord. He never said you died for my sins. He never said that. He defended Jesus and saying he shouldn't be on there. So that means, oh, then why did he say? Because of his heart. So it was because of his heart. It's very inconsistent to say that people will what have that same heart posture at judgment. And that's when then so okay then if they want have that then so then maybe people if they have that heart posture, people could say be like people could say to be like, oh well then about judgment. Well, it does say every Christians at judgment will be judged. It doesn't mean they won't be saved, but it doesn't say that um you know it doesn't say that how do I do this? It doesn't say um you want to be judged, judged and you get a hellfire. It doesn't say that. It specifically says, what some, after death, is need to be judged and judged again. Well, it doesn't specifically give an idea of, you know, uh, once you die, and you're determined, you're going to hell. You're determined to be hell once you die. It doesn't say that. It says the punishment of sin, but it doesn't specifically. This is why I know I could be wrong. It doesn't specifically say, um, um, once you die in your sin, you get it. It doesn't say that. It says that everyone will die to those sins, which is true. And the whole point of that, and then the point of it is be like, and then it's like, well, the whole point of that is that yes, everyone will die to sin without Jesus. That's true. That's what he said it. The whole point is that it's very possible that if God does judge by the heart, if he turns a heart away at judgment, because it doesn't say, um, it does specifically say, because I've got to look at a war, but it doesn't specifically say, for my knowledge, that um, no one can't believe at judgment. Does it say that no one can't have that? That's in heart posture at the judgment. And the Bible constantly shows God not turning away that heart. Specifically, like the fifth of Christ. People are going to have that heart posture. So it's like, well, if they're gonna have the same heart posture as their proof of the cross, well then you can argue that if they believe he's God, he said, um, because he said, about his kingdom, and I'm pretty sure. But then again, everyone that thinks gonna know he's God, they'll believe he's God, but they still reject. That's the point. The point is that people will still reject people at the cross. People, even the Jews, still rejected, even the proof. So, even undeniable proof, people will still reject. But then there's that same time when there's undeniable proof, there will people who won't reject. And this is what I mean. When I hear people say, everyone's gonna act judgment, a lot of people will be in line with Christ, with Christians. But that's not true. The reason why we're aligned with Christ is because of our heart, not because we really believe. That comes from the heart. Now, because people can say Jesus Christ is Lord, but they can't have the wrong heart. People can say Jesus Christ is sin, still the wrong heart. So it's not really about what you confess, it's about what your heart is. It's about your heart. So the idea that Christians are aligned because of what we say and what we believe is not true. Christians are aligned because the heart is aligned. Does that mean that non-believers won't have that aligned heart at judgment? No, it means they will. It means that non-believers can have that heart alignment at judgment. So that's better. I like that a lot. Yeah, I find it being interesting. But again, my main point thing is definitely Jesus. Definitely Jesus. If you're watching this, please, because it's like, what would you rather? Not believing on religion, not believing Christianity, not believing a God which guarantees you salvation. Islam doesn't. Even if most Muslims would say it does, that's just not true. It does not guarantee you salvation. It actually does not at all. So yeah. But yeah. So as I said, yeah, please, because what's gonna be? It's like, what's what It's like it's either you believe in a false religion, which betters your life. I actually mean genuinely, which betters your life, or don't believe religion at all, and then go and then um think. Because obviously too, it's like, well then, why people never hear? And this is the delusion thing. People say, the main point people say is that, people over here will be still judged and still go to hell. It's because it's written on their hearts. But that doesn't mean they'll go to hell. What it's trying to say is that everyone at a certain age knows what's morally wrong and right because of their thing, and they'll have accountability or be judged based on that thing. It's just saying that people who haven't heard it will be judged, but it doesn't mean they won't be saved at judgment. It just means they'll be judged. It's just saying that there's no way around it. That no matter what, you will be judged at judgment. And then you meet people, well, then, people can um, just believe and that. But again, this is the thing. You can believe Christ is Jesus is God. You can believe um, Jesus Christ is God. You can believe who he is. You can believe what he did. Doesn't mean you're going to be saved. Again, it's about the heart. And this is what the thief of the cross said. The thief of the cross had no works
to him at all, to his name. But the thing which God looked at was his heart, and he realized that if he had the chance to repent, God knows all, but God knows all, and that means we can know that if he had the chance to repent, he would have repented and believed in Christ and lived a righteous life. We know this because if he didn't, God would have been like, "Nah, you're not going to the kingdom. God, you're gonna, you don't have the right heart," and that's what the heart reveals everything. So people judge can say it, but it doesn't mean they'll be saved because the heart will say different. I need it. I'm gonna go get myself a little bit water with that. But yeah, so very interesting. Because the thing is, we don't realize when people cry and when people mourn, God's seen that all. So if someone suffered a lot and then they come to judgment and they truly have the right heart posture at judgment, I like it's like think about yourself. If a righteous God saw a person who had the right heart posture and they rejected them, some people will be like, "Oh, this is healthy," and that. But I'm doing exactly what every prophet did in the Bible. They questioned, and they actually left it to one thing: God. They left it to God and described how He's going to judge and all that. That's what they did. So that's how they'll do it. They'll describe it on how God judges, and He judges righteously. So if someone has a heart posture at judgment, and it's like, well then, will God reject the person with the right heart posture? That's the real question. Because it doesn't say that the Revelation doesn't say, "Oh, unbelievers will be in the book of life." It says that if your name's not in the book of life, so it's not describing Christians being in the book of life, unbelievers. It's describing people. Now, if he's saying that it's that only Christians will be in the book of life, then you get a problem. Then where does it say only Christians? Where does it say only Christians? It doesn't. It says that there's people under the altar, and when everyone we first are dead in Christ arise, that's obviously Christians, because then because it's first Christians arise, because that's how it's shown. The dead in Christ are obviously people who were with Christ and were martyrs and believe in that. And then once 1,000 million comes, the rest will be lifted up, and then they'll all be judged. Then all be judged. It's very hard to determine. Most people say Christians will be there. I don't think they are, to be honest. But it doesn't specifically say Christians aren't going to be there, so we can't rule out Christians. But then it's like, so it doesn't. So, and then from there, we got to think of, okay, and then what is the next thing then? If it's then it's like, well, if it's Christians aren't going to be Christians are there, then from there it's like, well, then that's the main thing where like they say, people who believe in Christ are only going to be there because of that specific thing. But still, you can interpret that Christians going to be there, but it doesn't take away from how he's judging. He's judging on deeds, and that deeds will determine your heart. So it's either you believe God's going to judge on the heart,
or you go into or which he does, he did while emphasizes that God judges people's hearts. And then at that point, it's like, well, then who's saved? You can't just say Christians because it doesn't just say Christian. It says the Book of Life. Who's ever named not found in the Book of Life? It describes the Book of Life being people who are in line with Christ. We people who talk about Christians, but again, aligned with Christ doesn't mean you know, oh, believing it. It doesn't mean believing it of the line. It doesn't mean believing or confessing. It actually means a heart. So I just find it really interesting, I do find it a bit of a stretch with the idea that the only people who at that time who would only the only people who were aligned with God at that time will be Christians. I find it very hard to believe. That's just my thought of it. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. I just find it's like if God judges truly by the heart. Not if it says I'll be I'm pretty sure it's right. I'll still again, but it's according to the deeds, and that means Christians will be judged according to the deeds as well. So, and then it's like, and then the Bible emphasizes what deeds do. They reveal the heart. Look at the guy on the cross. The only thing he did to show his heart was to defend Jesus. No actual repentance, just that's the but no actual specifically showing or turning away in terms of how Christians do today. They spend years turning away from that. He just defended Jesus, and then from there, Jesus determined his heart and realized his heart is just, and he's just. And realized, that he's just, and so then he realized, okay, then, and he realized this guy's heart aligns with my heart. Because what emphasizes that he wants your heart. He does, he doesn't say he wants your belief. He doesn't say he wants your confession. He doesn't say he wants your. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm right. But he doesn't say he doesn't want your, confession. He doesn't say he doesn't want your belief. He doesn't say he wants your, works. He says he wants your heart. So if he wants your heart, confession, belief is not going to be the determination of judgment at judgment. It's not going to be determination. It's going to be your heart. And so it's either you're going to be like, okay then. So it's going to be so it's either you're going to go with, okay then, that means the only people who have that heart posture is Christians, which is just illogical. Or you can go with the idea that means unbelievers can have that heart posture too. It doesn't mean every unbeliever will have it. I'm not saying they will. I'm saying that actually generally the people who commit horrible with acts won't actually have that. Because again, it'll be all exposed. So people who do this with acts, being that no one's going to know, so they'll probably hate God for it too. You know what I mean? What confession does? Confession and exposure does two things to a person. It humbles themselves and realize they're wrong and wants to turn away and wants to be saved and realize they've done and they need help, like Christians. Or it does the opposite. It makes them hate the person who exposed them even more, and they want to do it more. So when it happens, people God will expose them, and they will hate it. I don't know what.
Yeah, I think I'll get something to drink. Where you at?
Yeah. What? Trying to think what animals you have. You have. I want a bird. What bird? You know what I mean? You know what? Yeah, I'm feeling what bird. Actually, I love this. This is probably one of my second favorite ones. But yeah, I like this one. I don't like. I like to build specifically in villages these sort of big buildings because um, explain it. I find it really satisfying. Um, Because I love the look of them. It doesn't feel like one separate bar because it's it also doesn't feel disconnected either. Oh, lemon muffin, I can't get it out. Right, cool, nice. Me, so I need to make these actual horses. Yeah. Oh, so dumb. So horse. I'm gonna do like a trough here. I'm gonna do like a and then I'm gonna go and get the where are you? Perfect. And then I need uh, we just do this. I think just doing that all gates will work fine. Oh wow, I realized something. Oh no, they can get. Oh no, this maybe this because I realized they can get out like that. I realized I can get out like that. So let me do. What am I doing? Let me do that. I realized. Okay, let me get the horse and see if they can actually get out. I just need this connected. Sorry guys. Trying not cough and trying not sneeze, but coughing a little bit. Horses, mole, donkey, camel, horse. So, can they get out? I can fit two horses in there now, otherwise. But I'm not, I don't know if it right. That's no way big horse. Yeah. It is horse. Right, and then we'll just get horses there. What is even this, dude? What does it do? Okay. So, we need a, come here. Or seahorse. Okay. It's looking great. Wow. Oh, here, under this. Don't really need this. There we go. Right. Nice. Two. Oh, what? No, no, no. I need it like this. Actually. Yeah. It's weird, like they are trying to get out. I think doing that. Actually, I'll just do this. It looks really unlike that. Yeah, that's fine. Right. So I think we've gotten this building done, this and that building. The only thing we need to do is just run it back here, guys. I think this is the only next thing we need to do. What I want to put in it, I don't know, but we need to figure out what are we going to put in here. We could put. What's the furniture? What? No. All this is like different types of woods and you know themes and so. Oh, a tool rack would be nice here. A broom. I want to try and make this more of the. Um, wait, this is gonna be more of the this is gonna be more of the where they pull the cards and all that. Because I want to make this like a big entry. I want to make this like this. So we're gonna do something like one card here. That's gonna work. Maybe one card here, one card there. Yeah, that looks good. Maybe a couple small cards. No, maybe one small card. That looks nice. Yeah, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. But yeah, doing something like that actually works pretty fine. Need the broom somewhere. I'm gonna put the broom right here. Yeah. Tool rack. I don't know. I'll go idea. Oh no 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 no. That's not gonna work. Okay. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh no no. I've got it. Wait. Why can't I put that? Right. Yes. Oh my goodness. That actually works really cool. I don't know why, but I actually like that a lot. So I did a massive. Hope you guys can hear that. But yeah. Okay. And then what can I put on there? That's the thing. What would they do? They'll need a yes, definitely. And I would just do what iron one. I think would be nice. Iron one, and what else would be here? Probably a pickaxe. No, I need a butcher sword because I wouldn't yet. Axe will be fine. We'll give them a nice good diamond axe. Yes. So we're gonna do like, what is that? A hoe.
Yes. Now I'm thinking about it, I actually don't want up like this now. I'm thinking about I like just have probably some junk, man. Want to get 3 axes and 3 hoes. 1, 2. Oh, you do one. We do that, and we'll do one lever. Okay, yeah, this is going to be. I want to make this like a really rich village. So we're gonna have you all. Um, oh, oh, okay, cool. Okay, well, I like that. I like the tool rack. Okay, interesting. And then I can do the same thing over here. I do like a tool rack there, a tool rack all along here. What we like? Why can't I? Hello? My goodness, such a glitchy thing. What's going on? Why can't I put a tool up there? Okay, we're gonna do like a axe. Do I do like what happens if I want to see if I can do shears? No, mace. I could do a mace. Nah, wow, that's insane. Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe a spear. Can I do a spear? I know it doesn't work with every single thing because of the new. Yeah, so that's never to count. But yeah, so we're gonna get some more. Maybe the shears. What's a shear? Shears. Will shears work? Surely shears will work, right? They're in there, but they aren't classified as a thing. So I want to put you in there, you in there, you in there. That. Then I just need a bunch of photo things, and then we should. Think. I do wish there was a add-on where, well, I don't know why they don't do it. You know, where you can just pop down things. I still don't get it. It baffles me to this day why you can't have it. But why can't you just have, you know, what feature is 1, 2, 3. But that looks so ugly having them like that. But it does well, I guess. Done. Right, so this is done. I really want to keep this nice and wide open, to be fair. I probably could put definitely a lot more carts in here somewhere. You know, probably like here somewhere. You know, something like that maybe. Or something like this, and then that. Yeah, something like that would work fine. So we boom, go to there. Again, I want to make this thing feel like it's a BB. This. Probably a lot more out here we can do. I didn't really do this in the other barn, so you know I didn't think of it. But it's just because it's a big barn. I think that makes it nice not having it. You know, I could have more stables here to be honest. Do I really want to do that? I don't. Well,
do maybe remove that, remove that, remove that, refill and pull this one up. Yeah, and then from here I'll put two more stables in this section. Been doing that is fine, and doing that in here too. Been doing these walls. Oh shit! I realised what? Oh no! I do it. Well, let's just open this back up and do what I did before. Just add diggy bombs. Okay, I think that's good. I do want a lot of single cards here. Okay, give me these. It's hard though, you can't actually move them. Right. Well, I think this is good. Now, I want. What do I really want in here, guys? I was thinking chickens, but then there's something classic animals. I don't want classic animals. I could have emus, like them have like some emus, but then it's like not a lot, which actually could work. But no, that doesn't make any sense because they need somewhere to sleep, stay. Like this here, this is somewhere where they can eat. That's where they stay. To be fair, I need to do it for the cows all night. We're gonna put. There's one type of bird I'm gonna actually do. There's one type of bird I'm actually gonna do. One type of bird. It's not the biggest bird of all, but it's actually quite a cool bird to be fair. It is just something like that, yeah. It's part one. That will be fine. If we do that, board it off with some safe work. I don't mind keeping the tools there. Honestly, don't mind it. We need. Now, what will these guys eat? So they're birds, but they don't actually eat anything. I need to see what they eat. What do they eat? So I can have an idea what I'm going to put in there. I might just put composters and then get a bunch of seeds and put the seeds in there. You know, because the only thing that this thing offers is that, and then you got potatoes or something. Where is it? Need what am I gonna do? Where is it? We need there we go. It's somewhere down here. That's not it. Orcas, no. No, it's where are you? Anna? I'm not here. Can't tell actually. Right then, what do they eat? They eat seeds. No, they don't eat seeds. Do they eat wheat? They don't eat anything. What do they eat? Right. What do these eat? Let's just use emu.
That's so annoying. I don't know. I don't know what they eat. They don't eat anything. Bro. Could do turkeys, but again, that's a vulture. That's not what I want. Ostrich. It's ostrich. Ostrich. Do they eat seeds? Please tell me they eat seeds. They eat seeds. Right. So, I want to do a bit different. I want to make, instead of them having this, I want to put an actual whole water thing here where the actual, people come out and pull it up. Again, it's just not going to be a big pen of ostrich because this is not their main product to sell. So we're going to do something like this, and then we're going to come along with stairs. Stairs and water. And come like this. This. And then we're going to go like this. An idea is that where they're just going to... No.
I don't know what it is.
I know exactly.
What is it?
Moving that big black box.
No.
What is it?
Look what I got. Can you please give it attention?
Oh my goodness, come here.
I'm trying to clean my room and he wants attention. See, I told you, he just doesn't want to let him go.
He's a good kid, guy. So I'll give him attention while I'm last room, and that's all we can do.
Yeah, leave him mind that.
He's a good kitty cat. So I don't know how we're gonna. I was thinking that just put a bunch of chests, and then but I'm thinking of is doing this, right? This is really. That is. We could just give them potatoes. Potatoes are a feed source. I don't think it's gonna work. They eat carrots. They eat wheat. They're just seeds. They're potatoes. I want to give the thing with some more meat animals on it, so see what they eat. So, do you guys eat carrots? Potatoes, carrots, wheat? No, it's only seeds. Yeah. Wheat. Okay, it's only seeds. Yeah. So what I'm thinking of is how we're gonna do it. This is a really cheeky idea. I'm thinking of is to make it at least look like there's actually wheat in there. I was thinking about getting the composters, and empty baskets. Those are empty baskets. Empty baskets. Well, we just use composters, the idea for it. So if we get the composters and do something like that. Let's just do something like this. Idea.
So it's like a lid sort of thing. That's maybe the best thing we can do, guys. I do think it looks actually quite cool, actually. So it's like they pop it off, that's where the seeds are, and they take it out, or, not bad. We get a lid, like maybe like this, spruce like this, do this, like that, like. Oh, jeez, I've had a cat, come on. And then we'll get, oh my goodness. Because to be fair, it doesn't look normal. So we do this, like that. They come in here, and then the reason I want to do this is because that looks like a listicle seed. And then what I can actually do is I'm going to put like here, like this, come here, and that's where they'll pretend to get their feeding film here, and then I can get chest. So if it's coming from the survival, then I just got this thing. If I do like a chest here, and then come here again, and just put in there, and then I can feed. Oh shit, okay. So how much we're gonna do at least? I think that will do. Again, it's Minecraft. I don't really have to worry about realistic to it. But now I'm looking at it, might be a bit too much. Yeah. We're gonna kill at least 5, I think. Maybe 3. We're gonna get rid of 1. There you go. I think that's good. Yeah. All right, and then we're gonna get a name tag and name them. That also is the ostriches. So, the 3 animals are done. I love how this whole building here takes pretty much just half of the village up. So we're gonna probably put a couple houses here. The marketplace is gonna be here with a building attached. So this is gonna be a bit tricky. We need to build the next buildings. Well, this is gonna be the biggest building of all of it, guys. So now we're gonna figure this out. I want to build the same classic ideas. Where's we want what's it pillars over there? We want to use probably use glass. No. So we get stuff. We're gonna get all this stuff for that name tag. I know, Cat. It's so bad, isn't it? It's so upsetting, isn't it? Me. I don't figure out where this. Here we are, pillar is. So, what I'm thinking of is the cat is rubbing its face on my face. We're probably gonna do. We're probably gonna do small houses along here. So again, the houses are pretty small. They're like 1, 3 wide, and then it's a 3, and then it's a 3, and then it's a 3, and then it's a 3. Well, they're pretty small. baby does because
Therefore, oh look at him. You know that girl Bonnie Blue?
yeah.
You know she's pregnant.
Oh,
Get this, after sleeping with 400 men with no protection.
oh, okay.
So now she's got to go back and get those 400 men and get a DNA test.
Oh, really?
And
That's sad, man.
Philip said to me, Phil goes to me, tell me about what, like, I said, something, I don't know, it was something else. Do you realise that she either has to abort it or she can't do what she does anymore?
Yeah, that's the thing I think about
Because
it too.
if
Yeah,
she
you're
has
right.
a child and your mom's Bonnie Blue, how traumatic is that going to be for a child? That means her life is basically doing challenges or sleeping with, people.
Yeah,
Challenges.
but you're right. That's
You
what I mean.
you can't be a good parent and have that as your career.
And that's what I mean. Like she probably will abort it because if her whole money making is OnlyFans is a porn star, so she has to abort it or have the child and do that. Why she has a child and destroy a child's life and curse a child.
Yeah, and even if they, she could go, she might go, oh, the young woman knows, like, yeah, but when they get older, that they will still be tainted with it.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like when they're young, they won't understand
But
what.
when they're older,
But when they're older, I
tainted.
realise, oh yeah, this is my mum's a piece of shit.
Like you can't, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's bad, man. That's
And I said to Phil, I said, you don't understand. I said, she had this coming.
yeah, she did.
When you play with fire, with evilness, something's going to happen. Every time you have sex, it's just a roll of a dice. You're pregnant or not, because it's meant to create a baby. So every time you know what I mean, the fact
I
you
know
didn't
what you
use protection
yeah, well, she
just
could.
made it worse.
Yeah, it was quite. Well, that's the thing. It's like I think that like God will use these like this is like the one main thing which I realise is that there's usually two reasons why God allows a baby. One reason is for accountability, like Bonnie Blue, or other reasons for a blessing. Is actually most time when you realize someone's going to realize is that when there's a traumatic experience of a young woman, super example, rape, when the girl actually keeps the baby, it actually helps the girl recover from what actually happened to her.
Yeah, I just.
So it's like if this, I mean, if I had a daughter and she got raped and she wanted to be able to, no, don't abort it because this is actually going to help you recover.
I'm just like to myself, this is what happens when you play with evil. Like, this is what happens. I actually said to Bob, I said, you don't understand. She's playing against Mother Nature.
Well, yeah, Mother Nature's like.
Yeah, she's playing against Mother Nature. Mother Nature, right, is control of reproductiveness and everything. Right, and she wants people to reproduce. If you play with that, a consequence will happen.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, she did it. She did. Well, that's what I mean. She probably didn't see this coming. Like, she probably didn't think it's gonna happen. Mate, you're in my way, bro.
The first time she did it with 1,000 men engaged with all protection, but it was 400 men in 12 hours, and
Mm. I think now these. I might go and double check, but I think now they are the correct size because I do have windows. So I think these are the correct size. So I think I don't think there's no way I'm actually putting one there. So I won't do that. Okay, that's 4.
mean, that's good. So now I'll get the width on them. And then we'll do because these are houses that are pretty simple. They're not much. They're just like this, like roof, one bed, a door, walls, flooring. Um, so it's not like, I think, yeah, I'm gonna be there because I'll be still gonna put like the marketplace will probably be here. We'll probably put the restaurant or no the pub area there. And then that there. Again, this actually is this. The thing is, this is here is actually a smaller area, and then other village. Other village has got a lot more area to move around. No, 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 no. But the other village is a lot bigger because next door river, so it had more room overall. Stop it. Where's the monkey man? There you go. Yeah, so this area is a lot more smaller. But yeah, so as you see what I mean? So this is why the names are really good. Because like if it's so they got there, but if I go out here about here, they'll disappear. But sitting on a name tag, as soon as we go back to that chunk, they will appear back. I realise I need to do something. Where is it? But yeah, so I mean, it's very even hard to notice these patterns when they're lit in the right areas. Alright, so I'm just gonna check if there's any mobs actually spawning in this. If there's mobs spawning in this area, that's not good. So seems pretty good. Here seems pretty good. I'd say mobs. I do need a planet here though. So give me this. Oh no, actually no, I do that. I didn't know that. So no, pretty good. Not spawning in. Nice. I want to make sure that it's here. Cool. As I said, we're not going to add that to villages until what do you call it? Until we can get I don't really like. No, I don't mind it. What we'll do though is get this. We do something like. Yeah, I think that's good, guys. I think that's good. So, oh, I got an idea. Maybe if I do. Do we want to do one there though? I don't think I am. I'm gonna leave that where it is. I think this is good here.
So we need the path to. So we're gonna get. First off, we're gonna do at least where the path is gonna go. Including all the. Figure out where the path is going to put the building, we're going to do that. And then I will. Oh my goodness. What is it? Nah, I'm good. Wow, you see disappointed that I didn't want them. And why was it such a disappointment when I said no? Video this. That will do. Go up this way. We're gonna take that. That's easier. Good. Wait for it. Nice, easy step up, which is it's gonna be simple as this. This. Yep. Then go to a path up through here.
Now we'll work out the fence. So they're gonna have this guy's gonna have this yard over here. This is gonna be all broken down like I did last time. but it's going to go from here. It's going to be really broken down. So then we'll get the oatmeal almond.
This cat's such a weird cat, bro. I like to do this because it's really weird. Yes. Okay. Why are you telling me this? I won't be working out. I'll be riding my bike. So. No, he's just being lazy like usual.
Will you stop doing that, bro? Does he like it? Like, does he like have something on his neck and it like it's like it would hurt his neck though.
He just flops over. He can be laying on a table. I've seen him sleep, flopping over, and then fall off the table wall.
Oh, you're so kitty.
I've seen him do that.
Mm. You know, this is the first time he's actually stayed in my room. Every time he's tried to put him on, he runs away like a little baby.
I'm a fan, that's why.
No, it's in general. Like, I'll put him in my room and then he'll just run out the door.
Look, he's like, yeah, because I'm here, that's why it's okay. Look, he's like, okay, Mum, I'm going with me.
He's not saying that. He's probably not putting that.
What do you mean? He seeks me out. He knows that I'm his mummy.
No, he doesn't.
What are you going to do when you go to the vet, eh? When I get a car, you can go to the vet. Guess how much I have.
You know, everyone's actually hearing. If anyone watches, they hear a whole conversation, by the way.
Oh.
A whole conversation.
No, you're recording.
Yeah, of course, I told you. And you're like, just didn't vote, but it's fine, I don't really care.
Well, anyway, I'm taking him. Anyway, that's right, I don't care. I'm taking him to the vet when I get a car. And I got $1,600 for my car.
Nice. I am going to. I was going to go.
I'm trying to get at least up to 4,000 by the end of this month.
I was going to go down to I was going to go to Mum, but what I want to do is I'm going to see if I can get Mum to get to go in, see if there's like a way to buy petrol. Like if Barat sells actual petrol canisters, and see if Mum can buy them, go and buy. See if I can transfer Mum the money to buy one and put like $30 or $50 worth of petrol
Well, I'm
of
gonna,
95 in it.
well, I'm gonna defer uni for a semester. I'm gonna go back to Tate and finish the cert.
Or I'll just ask if I can just get you to drive down to
Well, I
it.
have my own car, so I can do the appointments. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll see if I'll ask Mum if you can drive down and I'll go with you so I can go down specifically because I'll get that and I'll tip that out. So I don't know what petrol. I don't know if it's 91, 90,
Yeah, you need to add the
93,
whip petrol
95.
pop in there.
So I need it. So I'll tip that out. I'll put in like a container, and then I'll get the water and wash it out of water, and then I'll take that down and actually go down and get some
Well,
95.
seminar, trying to save it for 8. My goal is 7, but I'm hopefully going to try and save to 8. So I'm like,
But
really, like
I will. Yeah, I want to do like this.
5,000.
I want to do like a 10-hour stretch today, or at least 8 hour. But I want to do it doing bits. I want to do like 3 hours, have a break. 3 hours, have stop the live stream,
Good.
and then come back in like an hour or
Oh,
two,
it's so hot in it, yeah.
and then do another. Because the problem is that I realise that doing these sort of things will take yonks, multiple episodes. So I'm like, well, why do this instead of doing multiple 3 hours? I'll just do like a whole day where I just play some one game, wait, and then do next week, do it again, next week, do it again, instead of doing like multiple 3 hour streams.
I gotta take that camping stuff out too. I gotta get my camping stuff back to my room.
That's why your camping stuff is still damn bot. You like the barn?
You should do that now.
What? You like the barn? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's one big massive building, but it's fitting 3 animals. Okay, we need this. We're gonna. I'm probably gonna actually not worry about mixing these up. I'm probably just gonna pick like 3 or 4 of them with one color and do the rest of them with the other color. The reason why is with our small houses, I don't really need much detail into them. Their houses are designed to be practical and not. And it might seem boring, but again, these are like miniatures, you know. So I'm not gonna try to aim for the most aesthetic. I want to still try and aim for something which looks pleasing, but I'm not going to aim for something so pleasing where it takes you years to build it. Like this here, I could put so much more detail into it with all the walls and that, but I think it's just going to take so long, and I don't think it needs it for this village. If it's like when it comes to the kingdoms, every house will be detailed to top to down. Like the roof will be detailed, the walls will be detailed, more detailed patterns. So yeah, that's what I mean. Like, and that's why we want to go on PC because I want to get Axiom because it also allows you to help with builds so much better. So because I can like get a build, get it, copy it, and then paste it and change directions of it, and it'll save a ton of time. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 houses, guys. I'm pretty much put. Yeah, I'm gonna put the market here. I'm definitely gonna put the market there. I'm gonna probably put the building here. Um, I'm not gonna. I want to make the marketplace a bit bigger, so I'm gonna do like some of it there. I'm gonna do some of it here, and then I'll build the other building here because seeing this area doesn't have big enough room for shops. I will make sure that they'll you know I'll make sure that because these houses here are probably not gonna have one bed. I'll probably make them 2 beds or at least 3 beds each. Again, realistically they wouldn't have 3 beds, but one, it's Minecraft, and two, I want to make this place feel alive. So the more villages I can actually fit into the actual village itself will be what will be yeah, because if we build every building and do the interiors and count how many beds there are, we can put exactly how much villages we exactly put in. I am gonna put like some sort of farming area, so I might put like like something like here, back here. If you look at this, there's a lot room, not there, but if I put here a wood farming section with like one thing that might have carrots. An idea is that to have at least one villager to you know have all the necessary things for the actual survival. Well, so that means they won't die out. If I don't do that and they die out because they don't have any food, or no, because they can't be productive because they have no food, well then there's a massive problem. I'm not going to actually put the things in yet, because the reason why I'm not going to put in yet, oh crap, damn, that's not working. Oh no. Well, let me just work this out with the fence. There, so 1, 3, 4, so that will be from there to there. There, there. So then 1, 2, 3, 4. So that'll go from there. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll go from there to there. 1, 2, 3, 4. So then that should go to there. Cool. So all that should be farmland. I don't know where I'm going to put the composter. I really don't. I didn't think of that. But I've got an idea to solve the light problem. If I get the composter, put it down this level on the top. This. Nope. Nope. Right here. I want to do this. Then I want to get trapdoors. This.
looks a bit weird, doesn't it? I'm gonna get rid of that instead. Actually, I'm just gonna do this. I don't know why I didn't do it before. It's actually sad of me not to do that. And then I'm probably gonna do like Bell's strategy, where we just do like something like here, pretend that's like, maybe a what's a bed? There's a bed, all white. I don't care. An idea is just something that is you put in there. Oh, alright, and then we just go to the wars, and then up the beds, and then we got the houses done, and then we move into the markets. We can get this definitely done today, guys. Definitely done. And then our next major live stream will be working on all along here. So we work on this, then we'll work on all along here. That's what we'll do next. Well,
Yeah, now we just gotta get some back. How long are we going for, guys? 3 hours. Oh, I'm gonna put these doors on. I want to go and have a break. About 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Have a break. Put my thing on mute. Go and get some eat. Grab a break, and then I will come back. Cool. Right, so what I'll do is I'll come back here, and then we will have a break, come back, and yeah. I'll get something to eat and come back and just drink, and then we'll have a bit of a walk and stuff like that. So I just get the interiors done. It's like I'm in March. They're just gonna have it's gonna be bed, chest, and crafter, and a lantern. That's it. So lantern, crafting table, chest, and a bed. That's it. And then all we gotta do is just go to the house. So we want bed, chest, 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 crafter. That's all it needs. And then we do that instead. Yeah. And then we could do like maybe one there and one there probably. I think the thing is, it doesn't have to be like we call it super wide in the houses. It doesn't need to be super wide. It only needs to be wide enough where it, has enough light for everyone. I want to do one there, I'll do one there. Oh, attacking the bird. Yeah, you take your card, he's really.
Puppy. Come on, puppy.
Mate, he was a joint being. You might ever think about that. It's not. It's them in front of the house. So they're quite cool. Don't. Please don't. Like, go off. Well, I want to get myself a pumpkin here a lot. That's good. Bone meal, 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 bone meal. Let's get all these back. Bone meal. Oh, what kind of grapes? You know, there's a few shows that Minecraft is actually a zombie apocalypse. And the reason why is because all the zombies are exact same time as you, and the only one in the whole game which is right, because Omnis is actually you, and every other villager, every other thing is not like same as you. So the theory goes that it was actually a zombie apocalypse, and the only type of human species that actually survived was actually the villagers. Crazy, right? Okay. This one's done. I just got to see if they all have like, actual windows. Well, windows, it will be done. Okay, yeah, they're all cool. Alright, then now, got this. We'll make the market here. So we're gonna do from here or stone. We're gonna do something like this. So it sounds like broken away slowly, but here it's gonna be stone. Trust me, this actually took a lot of like work this around. Getting like let's say like getting this sort of flat. I mean like vision actually goes to get you guys to actually see. But like let's wait a minute. By getting all this flat now, especially all this done and properly made, it took hours because I had to individually place it. So every block is individually placed. The reason why I did it here because I saw I might, it cuts off about there, so I thought I'll continue it. I'm probably not gonna actually detail it. I like it this plain mud, to be honest. Um, so yeah, so this here is like sort of the main thing what she did. Um, and then so the actual village for the farm area is going to be up here, and then we're gonna have a path which goes from there all the way up to here to the thing. Gonna fill these things, fill up that, and then this whole section is gonna be like just crops for fields and flowers. I don't know. It will probably put the path going along this thing here as well as the ridge here going around like that. So yeah. Just trying to see if there's any like particular. I don't think so. I do want to add maybe some light around, something like that, where it might be a bit dark. Yeah, or actually scratch it. Probably like here actually instead. Probably like that. Yeah, so I think that's good. Maybe a bit more dirt over here, probably like that much, maybe actually. So we're gonna have it about. So we're also gonna have a cat there. So we're gonna do like that. Because the idea I'm trying to get is that this is naturally broken over here because this is all grass and it's not where the main thing is.
And it's also this village doesn't have like its own main production area. It really doesn't. It's not near like a lake. I could have scratched it and built it down here next to this river, but I thought one, too much terrain work, but two, I saw this hill and I'm like, it would look cool having this next village on this hill. It would look really, really cool, and that's what I decided to do. I decided to make it on this hill, and it's actually turning out really nice. I'm like,
This endo from like going from over here, from this endo, it looks really nice. It does. It looks like a. It doesn't feel it. It you can definitely tell this village is part of Endem, the Endem kingdom, or what we're gonna name the kingdom. You can definitely tell, but it's so different to the other where it's so different where that it's like where it's so like it's up the other village is just a symmetry. This is like you have to go up here and go through. It's I do like this. This is probably my favorite building out of all of them. Um, but I always I think well actually no, it's my second favorite, even though it's got a lot more to it. Um, I do like. To be fair, and this is probably going to be the biggest building out of the whole thing. The other villages got a lot more bigger buildings, like a lot more bigger buildings. Like this, this is probably the second biggest is coming over here. It's going to be like a massive, 2-story, out and eating area, you know, which is going to have which is going to have a market section underneath. So it's going to be like this big. It's going to be pretty big. So this is going to have, car market section here. Um, but I'm not going to do anything yet. I'm just going to do a working on what the market area to be stone, and then I'll do the next building to work out to what, and that's what I do. I do the next building. Where else do you do this? Do that, and now I want to think of this building. I want to make a building where it's made for armory, and it's gonna bring, so it's gonna like, make if we say this is the main path, we're gonna actually try and make this the main actual. Good idea, guys. I think this will look really nice. Each village is gonna be a bit different, unique, good standard. Um, we're gonna. Where's the block I need? Oh, I need the block. Where are you? Not that. This. speaking of coming here and doing something like this, and then so 4, 5. So we're gonna do around 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna do around, I think, 5 wide. All the things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're gonna do around actually that is all going to be this, and then we're gonna have the a above it. I'm just gonna make sure it's sorted out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we're gonna do this to here, and we're gonna get rid of that, and we're gonna make a little stabilization here. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. And this here is going to be like this. Thing, and I want to continue. Okay, well, what I want to do is I want to try and make this main part connected to this main building. Generally, that's what we're going to try and do. So then we can put like it as a make it back end, make it back a army. Where's my sister from? Howdy here. Why do I want to? Yeah, what? Where's the punching bag?
I don't know, it's at someone's house. Go get it.
Yeah, I have a punching bag.
No, cool, alright, bye.
Oh yeah, punching bag, guys. Look at that. Lord provides. Lord provides. What I'm going to do, where I'm going to put it, that's the thing. Where I'm actually going to put the punching bag. I might just not worry about it. I might just leave it on the ground and just punch it. But I don't know. Really don't know. So we're going to use... Now, the thing is, I'm thinking about using wood. But the thing is, I don't think wood's going to look good. I do think having, again, this here, but using a different material altogether. So that's all white. See how strong that is? It's just, it doesn't feel normal. Maybe, good idea. I know what we're going to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to make the flooring, and we're going to make, so we're going to do this. So we want to try and build within this whole thing. So we're going to do something like this. So that's 4 high. This will work. It's very nice. It's going to be one more high. It's going to be idea. Do this. Do this. Well, there's the add-on which I have for animals. The main thing it does, it actually adds all the things on, which were actually not going to be in the which were thing. It doesn't really add like a hostile, it adds like just the animal ones instead. So I don't know why they did that. That's the one thing which I just didn't get why Minecraft did. I don't get why Minecraft decided to add that concept in. It takes so much away from the game. Like, I don't know why they just made like let people do concept art of like free mobs, and then Minecraft puts it out, and there's a vote on if they want it in, if they want it not in that thing, the concept of it, and then if they say yes, it gets put in, or they just announce what they're going to put in and see if people want it or not. And if people don't want it, they don't put it in. If people want it, they put it in.
But the one game which I really don't get why the hype's about is freaking that new weird rip-off Minecraft game where it's called Hytale. I don't get why there's so much hype around that game. I find the game crap, to be honest. It's like a crappier version of Minecraft. You know, that's what. Well, I'm not trying to be mean, but when I look at it, that's what I see. I see just a crappier version of a game try to rip off, try to try to copy Minecraft success. Don't get me wrong. Maybe it's like the Alpha Gamers a chance to get back, which specifically concentrate on it specifically concentrate on. It's really helpful. The reason why a lot of games like that is because it helped their careers, basically. It helped their careers launch again. Because there's a lot of Minecraft users who just have like a channel, but they're still getting views. It sucked. And this is something I don't get why YouTube did it like that, where they made how they did it, where it puts out on people who actually watch that sort of stuff. I just think that was good. It was a good idea, but I think what they needed to do, they just needed that concept, but instead of doing that, they keep that concept of it pushes towards people which like to listen to that stuff, but instead of like say like there's a video which concentrates on Minecraft or the genre Minecraft. And so what they do instead of pushing channels, I wish that they pushed. I wish the algorithm what it did is that it pushed channels which with lower view count on the views way more than the thing. So say if it's gets a certain say enough to where people can actually make a living off YouTube or living. So say it will push as much until it gets to like 50,000 views, and then all slow down the push. And the idea of it is to that so people can make a video and get a livable amount of money. You know what I mean? So that means people can do that to their side channel, a channel for the side, and things. So that means it allows people who get millions of views still able to get the millions of views, but allows people who don't have that still get at least like 50,000 views, 100k views, enough where it, where they can make a living off it. I think that would help so much for the actual, cause for it. Maybe this I'm going to make higher, and the reason why I'm going to make it higher is because it's definitely risky because of the building, but I could just move this back a line, to be honest. So I will do that. As I said. Alright. There we go. Now, yeah, I'll do this, bring this like this, and then this is going to be the barracks. So this is going to be the restaurant, and this will be, the markers down there, and then, the way in, it's going to have, one section's going to have the living room for the actual guys who work there, and then it's going to have the seating, the stairwell up to here, which is going to have a bunch of seats in out there as well, which will have, that, and yeah, this will be like the main villager hub, I would say. Also, all got to go one more. So I can do this. So this here I'm going to do a sharp roof, and that there I do a low roof. What I mean by low is just give me a basic something like that, and this will be something like that. So even though they're the same height, it will feel like this here is taller than that by the walls. That's what I feel. That's the feel which you will get from it. There you go. But there, and then this here will be probably market. I don't know what we're gonna do here. I'll probably put some sort of garden area, maybe. But again, I do have to have the um. Well, to be fair, I don't really have to actually. I getting nervous as I was gonna say because I don't have the things where that's what I like. But yeah, so if I do that, bring it up through there, um, bring that there, bring core stuff from there all the way to here. Should be right now. I'm probably just gonna. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna do something like this. So I don't want it to feel like the core goes everywhere here. I want it to feel like there's still grass on the side. So we do that. That. I don't know what I want to do about the lighting. I'll probably put some detail in. I'll go to you actually, nothing that. Give me some of these. Something like that, or like this maybe. And then get the lantern, because I know you can put. This is what I love about this suit too. You can actually put lanterns in them, which I find really cool. Yeah, finally. Okay. Alright, so yeah, so I'm probably gonna make this whole section here a marketplace. And then so I got idea. I know this might seem really weird right now, but it's gonna work for us. And then I'll probably try and make some transition between this white to this a nice one of this rough. I'm just getting this down first so I know what we're gonna how it's gonna look. There we go. And then I'll probably make all the rest go on top. Then we'll figure out how long we have to light and what we're gonna do. Okay.
looking it. It looks pretty weird having all that like that. Then this just a straight up square. Really, just kind of sense of how it looks. Because I want to try and do something unique, at least something different in our village. Because our village doesn't really have this. It has like a stone area for the market, but it doesn't have like a main wall playing in. Yeah, that building is definitely the biggest building we have. I think we can put this, definitely the markets here, with a fountain probably somewhere along here more. And this here, I'm probably going to build up a stable. I definitely think we need somewhere where the horses can go. So get that now going. I am going to keep it as stone. Because this is the build. This build is not meant to be a space where you can keep your horse all day. It's a space where you can put your horses for the actual, if you're for like the market itself. If I do like a one, think a horse patch should be good with that much. Alright, that's Kasuna. I will do definitely. It goes back much as we can actually now. Yeah, we do from here. I think that's good. Okay, that's pretty good actually. So I'm going to do our white because I do think, yeah. Oh, should we do our white, guys? I'm thinking white, but now I'm thinking not. Yeah, we'll do a. No, we're not. We're not. We're gonna do it our wood. The pillars are gonna be our wood. I think there's a lot of white here, and I think having this instead is a good contrast to everything else. Yeah, I think that's a good contrast. I do think it is. Um, Again, I'm gonna try and put like two markets here, and then have the entrance or market there, and have the entrance here. Um, the market's gonna be about this wide. It is the market's gonna be. They're not gonna be that big of a wideness. So yeah, um, that means we have three markets in here, and then we can have three markets start getting some calcite, and then some. Just something to ease the roughness from the stone work. And I might come back with something like cut stones and another. I think this is pretty good. There we go. I think that's golden. Now, do I want it? I'm just going to again. There's going to be light everywhere. So the alright, not bad, not bad. I do like this having a lot. This having now this I'm just gonna have, as I said, probably the same idea, the pumpkin and the mossy carpet as a cover, and then bone meal the rest. Again, I'm not gonna worry about this back. You put light at the back, you don't need to worry about the back. I'm not gonna bring this here because this is the fill. Or I could actually bring it back here. Apart from it. So if we bring it, the idea is that they need somewhere with they would make actually a bit of sense that they would. I want to make the reason why I'm not making a rock is because it is technically next to this, so it would being rustic wouldn't actually make a lot of sense. So I need to do this. What? How? I'm gonna do something here. I turned that off while briefing. I turned it off. Creepers shouldn't explode. Oh my goodness, I need to turn my freaking off. Oh my goodness. That's why it's. Right. Now let's try again with the.
We can do one here. That's good. I'm gonna make this out of stone, the bottom level. I'm gonna make the others out of the purple. So I want to make this to be like feel like a separate building. To do that, I need to make sure it's out of the materials. The materials actually make sense. If it's not, it won't make sense at all. It won't feel like a different building. And if it doesn't feel like a different building, well then it's it's good. Yeah. Go. That's the thing that's fucking. Oh, I might just keep that on when it gets to that, to be honest. Yeah. Cool. Do I want to make this quick? Yeah, I'll make it quick. Again. So, it probably doesn't. Shoot. Nah, I don't know. I don't know what I feel like about it. What I want to do is I want to get this definitely, because I know I want to definitely make this here the same sort of pattern that it was over here. So I'll get that started. So do that. Try and get this building today. Maybe we can get this work done today. I'm actually trying to get stuff too, but also like destroy the village. Oh. So the attack, that makes a lot of sense now why he exploded. Okay. So I'll actually keep mob goofing off because if I didn't, that would have just destroyed more annoyances. So is there any? So they're all just spawning in this area. That's where they want to spawn in. So when I get that done and put all the light in this area, and they're not spawning over here, so if I will put some more light here by just adding some more light. These, which is pretty simple because maybe that one here, one here, and then I'll work with a bunch lighters, and I'll do something like that, and I'll do something like that. Yeah. Then yeah, we'll get this done.
We're going to add the windows in once I've actually done the interior. Okay, and then this purple. I was watching a YouTube short, and it was like a short about how Adam Sandler's daughter went into like a shop, and she wore in like baggy clothes and that, and they didn't believe she could afford it, and so they insulted her. And I'm like myself, oh, that's really rude. And then she called her dad, Adam Sandler, and she was whinging, and they didn't believe that she could afford it, and she was trying to buy a bag worth like $30,000 or $20,000. I'm just wondering to myself, if you guys watching this, would you actually let your daughter or son waste their money on clothing, no matter what type, for $28,000? But that's like enough to buy a car, like a good second-hand car. Like no joke. But she decided to waste on fucking thing. I still go baffled to this day why I would even like. Actually, now what I'll do is actually get a lift. I think if we get the lift next, it'll actually help quite a bit. So, let's say this is gonna be a sharp move, so it'll be we're gonna do two down below, like double one here, so like that one. Oh no, it's not. It's one here. It's and then it's two. Yeah, then it's two all the way up. Two, two, two. good. It's going to go here. Do some of the touch patterns, text change in the actual thing of the roof. Then we should have this look done, and then we'll see how it looks, because it might look pretty ugly, but I don't think it will. This thing, roofs aren't actually that hard to build. You just got to commit to the roof types, and you also don't want the exact same roof with every on like house. But if it's a single house, if it's just a single building without any outlets and anything like that, you can have like that. But if it's got multiple outlets, like imagine all this was this roof, that roof. Do you know how tall it would be and ugly it would? It would actually look pretty cool. But the point is that it doesn't. The point is that it might look cool, but from distance it looks really ugly. And so like depending on the building, it'll look cool from like straight angles, but when you look from a distance, it can look ugly. And this is why I specifically didn't want to make every look the exact same design at all, because I didn't want to. And this is what I mean. So this is why I wanted like to have. This is why it's always when you build multiple like things like this, you want multiple different types of roofs on it, because that will change the look dramatically. It will improve it as well too. If we have multiple types of roofs on the building, it will improve the building look. As I like to say, which actually got from a YouTuber, is forget his actual thing. You can have as good as walls as you want, but any building with a shit roof will be a shit building. Any building with a good roof will be a good building. But the roof is the determination if it looks good or not. You can have the best walls you want, but if you have a shit roof, yeah, nah, mate, I'm sorry, it's completely different. You're not having it. Not having it. Please don't get in there. But they, what am I doing? They're hunting me. Why are they hunting though? Are they hunting us? Let me see if I can kill it. It doesn't. They don't hunt the. Yeah, it was. Okay. I thought they hunted the birds. I was so confused. Like, how was it serious? They're actually hunting my birds. Weird animals. Now, so we'll get this build. You know what? See, we got this done. We'll get this build next time. This is just going to be a simple. Walls being put on, a roof being put on. It'll probably be a simple roof. Okay, this should be decent. It's probably that sort of there. And then yeah. And then we get off the black horses there, because this is what it's going to be. It's going to be this simple for people who are at the market, going to buy things. I think it would look great.
we just gotta go to this again.
Oh, so yeah, we know what's saying. I'm not talking about because I'm trying to. I'm like when um um when I'm really concentrating, I really don't talk much. Specifically if I'm trying to get something done in a set amount of time. Because if I, I don't know. I don't think I wanna. Trying to think, what do we really want to do there? What they fair, they're not. I want to do something. I want to make this back bit, all these back bits, stone. Oh my goodness, will you die? It is. That. It's off. Mate, go away. Yeah, mate. We can do something like that, and then we can do something. No, so let's just not conquer the horse. I've been doing something like that really a lot better. What do I do? I've been just doing that. I'm gonna trough there for now, yeah, and then we'll figure out something. Something. Okay, now the hay, I'm generally thinking about doing something like this. Something like that. I'm thinking, when the gate's actually here, where's mine and Nemo way, but two, it actually makes a lot more sense for him to be there. Oh, you like that. They can't. Yeah, do that. I want to put horses in, but I'm not gonna. Horses.
I should actually put the A on them as well because they are animals. I can't do that to O1 as well, just in case. Oh, no, I did not do that. I did that. I just did that. No, far out.
So annoying. His name. Name. Name tag. Name tag. Right. Okay. And I need just a stupid angle. Now, we're going to name all these horses A. And I want to go to the horses. There are two horses in here. I don't think they'll despawn if they have shadows on them, but I don't know if they want to have shadows. And I don't really want to ask you. Let's get. Oh, I forgot. How. One, two, three. There we go. And then I want to do a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I really am going to quickly go back to the one our village and name tag all the horses there as well. I don't think they'll despawn. I do think anything you spawn here doesn't despawn, but the name tag just ensures they're not despawning. I love that barn too. That's one of my favourite. I don't change. I don't know which one's my favourite. That one because of the barn, but I can see how right how small the area is. Because they've got like small 6 houses, but it does have 3 pools of grass. Unlike the other one over here, which is like the one that's a bit bigger. And the main reason why it's gets bigger, so I could fit a lot more. I still got to do the heating beds as well. Once I do the heating beds, it'll be completely different. I do have some just going on to check it out. Right, the one I've got this one here, this here doesn't look like it's part of that. That's the main difference. But I do want to come in because there are horses here. Yeah, so they didn't despawn emeralds, but I don't want to. I want to make sure they don't. So the best insurance for that is by just putting a name tag on them. And the other main big thing is that this area is so much more bigger. And the main reason why it's so much bigger and would be because it's got the dock area, so it's going to be a ton of money in that. So it's going to be this village here is wealthier than other village. That's what I've tried to put like, and that's what I mean. If they're like depending on if of the village and where I built it is going to depend on how wealthy it is. This village here is definitely more wealthier than the other one, but there is some houses that will come back. Right, guys, I'm back. So yeah, we'll probably again finish this building off. Probably build market stands, finish the building off, and then that will be the end of the station. So it's taken around 6 hours to actually complete this the village bit, and then you know the well prep would takes about a couple of hours to depend on depend on the terrain. So um, so the only thing which I'll film specifically is us building it, but anything like working terrain I won't bother because it's just going to take too long. This is probably the most entertaining bit of actually building the village part, and it's actually the most entertaining bit for me, to be fair. So it's not like I don't like it. It's just that you know, it's you gotta balance it out, and you gotta balance it out properly. I want to make sure that one can't get out. There we go. Because just in case that thing, and then from here I can do fences, which will be like this, and go like that. And then let's go do this like this. There we go. Yeah. That. That. And then I got that. And then I just gotta do something like give him. That's gonna be the thing. So we do a smoker. I think we good. Smoker. That, and then we can do something like this. And something like that, and then we need a bed. Again. Yeah, probably most generally people want to come in here, so I don't have to be concerned about that thing, to be honest. And then we need, what should we put? I want to put, let's put, maybe, right here, guys. That one. Then come here with the side tables and do that. That maybe? Yeah, I like that a lot. That's actually looks pretty good. It's something different, but also it's actually tables. And then I can do something like this. Like that, yeah. Now the problem is that do I really want to risk maybe that? Oh, yeah, I think that's good because again, I'm not going to have baby villages. So well, technically, I shouldn't do that. I should actually put some sort of way to actually do it because if they will just in case that they start breeding because of the you know because if I'm gonna have a farm for the villages, if one dies, they can breed. I will have then there will be babies. So if I see no problem, if they're not coming in, I won't worry about one other village, but I just to make sure make sure. Wait, you guys can get this game sorted out. Oh my goodness. So that. What what job do we? What job do I think? Let's give him what job? That's B markets already. Then yeah, because this entrance is going on the side instead, and then this entrance for these buildings can get. So yep, still in there. And then the job, gonna what? Reservoir maker. Yeah, we have a reservoir maker. Right, so that's another village done. So I actually do feel I'm gonna put the villages in there. The reason why is because if I don't, villages will try and go to their beds, and then there's a problem with that. So we need a bell, and we're gonna have a bell, and the bell is going to be a bell's gonna be right here. It's a bit weird with the bell being there, but I find it pretty cool. Then I need light, and I want to the light. Somewhere here. I was gonna put it on the ground because again, they're villages. They don't need much room to be fair. So, do I worry about zombies? Not really. The zombies don't like any. And the zombies are only spawn actually. To be fair, they only really spawn where there's no light. So they spawn like in the middle here. To be fair. Where and everything else is just completely fine. That's the weird thing about. I am behind here, which I'm going to actually just put a little. I'm actually going to put a little secret back, secret back area, and then maybe like here, like that, and then we can put more beds over here. One bed there. Now these guys will be like the port sort of thing. These guys will be the port. I think that'll be good. Oh, one more actually good. There we go. Cool. So they're done. Sound. I love how I've got. What the hell? Are you trying to? Are you trying to kill that sort of quite interesting? Oh yeah, there is light under these stairwells. That's why there's light for here, but here because I didn't really need a building there to be honest. Yeah. So yeah. So everything else is fine. I think the spawn area is fine. I think the only thing we need to do now is to put some villages in these areas, in these And all I have to do is do this. It's one. It's two. To be fair, I'm actually I might actually stop them torch up there. Yeah, I'm sort of. The only reason why is because the villagers can't get. Look at that, look at that. There you go. I'm gonna actually finish. I want to do the kill with these building thing. Not say something. Oh my goodness. Shoot, I realised something. I want to make their actual sleeping area and their thing back here. Yes. This here is where the villagers, like the cookout or whatever it's gonna be used. There's iron goblin. I'm gonna split iron goblin against the wall. I don't think there's any iron goblins in our village. I don't need them. There's no blue zombies in the spawn in the village. It's awful to get out. Where's actually? Kill them. Thank you. Okay. So this here the thing, and then I'm just gonna make the rest. We're gonna make the rest this good up here. I think doing it here is gonna look. Doing it here is gonna look so much better. I'm not gonna put windows here because for the actual, they deserve the privacy and stuff. But they went to the outside. I won't put. No, this. The reason why is because one, those is kind of but two, I myself can actually go in this. You do it right like that. So I can go in now. So yeah, we're gonna use. We're gonna get this. Get this around. The pillars of the bar itself to work out where everything is. I want to put the steps there. Oh, actually, no, the steps gonna be there. I want to do this. That might be big, yeah. To be fair, I can make it there, and then the stairs can go up here. I can move this one over to make it go like. Where's the? Listen, like. Wait, hang on. There's the next level. I want to get this level as well. Yeah. This is actually a really good trick. If you're gonna do this and you want, you wanna make sure villagers can't get in, can't get out, the coolest, easiest way to do is just spot honey blocks. So they can still go there, but they can't actually jump. You get what I mean? So then what you can do is you can put like a carpet in there. Where's carpet? Where's carpet? Carpet? I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Where's carpet? Come on, carpet, 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 carpet. Where's carpet? Oh, I'm being so dumb. Yeah. No, I don't like that. I want to do it white. I know white's a bit boring, but no brown. No brown's a bit boring, but again, they do have a brown sheet here. The reason why I did, the other thing too is that our village doesn't really have a particular wool type. They don't have sheep, so naturally they'll ask to import. So if they're importing, they'll import a whole bunch of different types of wool. Because I'll do the same thing like for the when we do these outside markets, I will put brown carpet above them, on top of them, because that's what they have here. So yeah, but so right, cool. And then I want to do that same thing over here. I'm just gonna do a brown carpet here. It doesn't need to be. Then I need a work out where I want to have these lanterns. And then we're gonna have this bell because we need one inside. Obviously, the bell's there for for anyone who's going to wants a coffee or drink. So I'm going to pull the bell. We're going to do one there, and then we're going to come out here and do one there, and we're going to do one there. There we go. Cool. Now it has all everything it needs. Now windows. I was thinking, but doing fences, but the other one doesn't have fences. It has actual things. So I'm thinking about doing grey. No, just normal glass. I think would be nice. Doing something like this. I should have done that. I think doing this will be nice because every other, thing has. I mean, look. Let me view here, here. That's the kitchen. There's a room, and then that there. Maybe do one over here as well. Then the top here is definitely the where everyone eats. So it doesn't matter about type seats. It's there everyone eats, and it's Minecraft basketball. So now I'm looking at it. Looks just this bit too modern. You know what I mean? So well, no, actually, no, it doesn't. What I need to do is I need some pattern on that outfit. I don't know what I do. Undo. There we go. And then do something like this. No, I don't know, guys. I really don't. Maybe if I do something like this. And something like this. That's better. There we go. There we go. That looks a lot better. That does look a lot better. There we go. So I want this whole thing of glass. It is a massive pub, but also, yeah, it's just a massive pub, to be honest. That's what it really is. And then, I'm going to have a shaping on here too. Don't worry about that, guys. I'm going to have a shaping to make it look a little better. Now, this is when it becomes different. This is when it becomes like more window-ish sort of thing. Only because it is a sort of barracks building. It's still got it in there, but I think that was good. We still got to do that there, but I'm really just trying to get this whole area done. But now we can actually build something up like this. There's a campfire. Please stop starting because there's a thing where I just kept starting the campfire. So there we go. Right. And then we need to do. Where is a shovel? How do we do this? Now the question is, oh, do I want to go there? I'm probably going to go there. To be honest. Yeah. Do that. I think that would be good. And then like this. Where you want to go to? There, there.
juice is perfect to look up here, over there. Right, that's mad. I didn't realise this is actually a thing in the add-on. Yeah, that's cool. Now, there should be a giant cake. What I mean by that, there is in the furniture, I don't know if it's in this one, but there is a giant cake, a giant bowl. I don't know if it's in this one though, at all. I really don't know. No, it's a giant cake. It's not what we want. Hanging item. Like, I can put, hold on. I didn't realise what this is. Oh, we might have to do this in the village as well. I can hang things on this. Can't see a thing, I think. Hold on, let me get me this. Right. No. Can't see it because it's so dark. How do they work though? Oh, here we go. This is juice bowl. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's a giant bowl. So what we can do is we can put this giant bowl at the back of the thing, but also we need some place for the bed, so it's just gonna be simple. Yeah, all guys are gonna sleep in the same exact bed. Peasants. I'm joking, okay. But then we're gonna do that. Perfect. And now we need to do the beds. Again, there's going to be 3 villages near to make it look like the kitchen is busy. Nope, 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 leave bed. Then we need, what do we need again? 3 jobs. We need a small bowl. We need a ocean brew. I think that will work. Makes sense. I don't know. Smoker, look outside, and we need a dude for the tools. Well, no, I think we need this, and we need to swap you for this. And I think we need to swap you for this. That's probably better. Cool. Now we need. It's always too strong in the beds, you know. We need the juice barrel. Gonna be here, I think. Or no, actually, no. What we doing? We can put it there. Yes. Oh, there. Perfect. So I can come here and get rid of you and get rid of you. Perfect. And then I can put these jobs back here. And what was it? Going to be a bowl dude. No, bowl dude. Let's just do this. Yeah. So we need to do this. We need here, here, here. Do something like this in the middle. Put this here. Put this logo over here. Put this over here. Done. And then all we got to do from now is just do this, and then put the 3 villages in. Where are they? So where are you? One,
see what they do. They shoot down to these beds and get these jobs because there's no other jobs around. He's already trying to get out through the thing, but it's not working because there's thing there. So that's good. And then, so you get your thing, go up here, small details, not much. I don't want much in here. I might just do some more empty mugs throughout. I'll do that here. There I could do it. Yeah. So we got that done. Now we just need to get upstairs done, and then we can move on to that next room there. And this all this here is going to be. I'm probably going to block this off with. I want to put torches or anything. I'm going to block it off with like something like this, and then something like this. Right. Now we need to do. I think what we need to do is we actually make this a block of point. So same whichever one I do that here, I'm actually going to do that here. Then it's just really tables and chairs. Really. I'm actually going to do a bit different. I'm going to try and go for a more. It's only. It's strong, the red's kind of going, but I can't do much strong because it's the only wood around them. So yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do too. I'm trying to do like things which would be around them. If there's oak, there's oak. If there's not, I'm not gonna bother with the oak. I find it a bit. If it's not there, I'm putting something which is not found in the natural area. So it's just a waste. Well, not a waste, but it's not realistic. So.
No, that's not good. Let me just do the outside like this.
How did, oh, where it's spawning, you know, you just walk in the top. Then you're gonna do that. Okay. See? Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I like it already. So then, so the other three markers will be there. We'll put one there. We'll put one about there. They're not going to be big markers, twins. And then we're going to put probably a balancing. Oh no, we could only have three markers. I don't want three markers. But let's do this next building. So yeah, we're just going to have this all stone. I'm just going to use this normal stone. Bit different, but everything else is really the same. It's really annoying. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Like that. We're gonna try and do something different. We have find space where we can put the stairs. And this village is smaller, so it would make a lot of sense that we do this. Not see a single thing. I need lights. I'm just gonna get myself some light here. There we go. Now, how much jobs do I want in here? How much? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that means there's going to put 6 jobs in here and then maybe 6 beds. So we're going to put 6 jobs. Oh, actually, 6. Let's give me one more job. So 6, 7, 8. So we need. We do blacksmiths, grindstone people, blast furnace people. So we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we'll come up here and we'll put 8 beds. I don't know how, but we'll put 8 beds. So we're going to do. Well, we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. They even do something like this, as little like. Like this. Again, not much detail. This is like a barracks, and it's also sort of like a thing for adding to add more villages in for skills of it. Really, that's really the main thing of it. To add more villages as possible. Because again, I don't want the town to feel really small. I don't want it to feel really empty, and that's why I want so many. That's why I try to squeeze as much villages as possible. So we need 8 villages. We need 8. Once you get all, then what we do with the villages when they have their beds, when we count as much, when you put the amount of villages in, the amount of beds there is, we'll put another like 10, and those villages will just be there for, aesthetic purposes. That is, what are you doing, mate? There's a bed right there. There we go. Now the all should. Oh, I need to go in there as well to get them to stay in there. I need a bell. For a minute, we'll put the block there for now. And a bell and a here. Oh, yeah, she's good. And then we go do this to block them in because at the moment there's still areas where zombies. They're just spawning here. Everywhere else is fine. They're just in the middle. So, how do I want to do this? I'm thinking about making one big thing with, yeah, okay, what I did. So we do one, that's enough room. So we do that, that should be enough room for each store. We're going to make one big long wall thing, and then that's probably going to put a nice round from there. The idea, and then, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to need this, we're going to need this, we're going to need this, and we're going to need this. Now we're going to do Oh, we could do. No, we're gonna do magenta and green because it's really one of the finished, you know, thing. We're gonna do magenta and white, and then we're gonna do this. We're gonna do like blue, white there, white there. Right, this thing's go back all one. Maybe that. Just trying to find a good shot. Hopefully. I want to do like a stripe triangle. I think that would be cool actually. Yeah. Stripe triangle. Then we're going to do boom, boom. Okay. That's perfect. And we're just going to do this all across. And then we're going to work out how we're going to get the stand. Which, Right, now what job do we want? We put 2 jobs we haven't put in so far. We'll put in this dude, we'll put this one in and we'll put potion. I want to do like a potion guy. I just gotta find a thing. A brewing stand. I need a brewing stand. Oh, there it is. And boom. So, boom, 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 boom. Now we need a bell. Look at this one there. There's one. So then, we've got to put one in each of them. We've got to put a bell in each of them. There, there, there. Where is? Oh my god! Why did I tell myself? I know where it is. Well, we've got so many damn times ago. Do these have beds in them? Yeah, they do. Right. So, 1, 2, 3. Right, that's done. Now we just need to make sure that they have lights. Is it metal they lit back up? Because I swear I took them down. Are these? No. I mean horses do. Alright, cool. Then we need lights again. We need I don't even think I'm pretty sure with all the old farmer jobs. No? Yeah, I did. There shouldn't be actually a single. Oh, there's one. Right, now got that. So what I do is I want to do myself would build a fountain and the village is done, guys. So from there, what we need to do is when we build the fountain, we need to make sure everything's lit up, and then we need to make sure that everything is lit up, and that make sure that everything is lit up. What a really cool idea for a fountain. I just feel it down. It's gonna be really cool, watch. There we go. Perfect. And then we're gonna do not this, not this. That's perfect. I'm gonna do a nice square like this with a brick in the middle, and then we're gonna get the water. No, then we're gonna get this, 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 and this. Nice. I can tell maybe something like statue, maybe. Or actually, no. This, because there is actually a cool statue. You do it right. There is like the add-on does add actual like statues which I can put in. Where are they? It's really cool. You got these, but they're not actual. They're plushies, they're not statues. They're actually statues. Well, I just gotta find them. I know it's just add-on. With, come on. Do you know what the worst thing is that I get so annoyed if I go past it so many times. It really annoys the crap out of me. We've got copper goblins, which actually is not a bad shout. We use that. It does, but there are actually like statues of which you can put, and they're like actually a skeleton, a dog, and something else. You just gotta find it. So I don't basically know where the statues are. Oh yeah, they're here somewhere. So if I can see them. Right, we're gonna do something like this. No way to, no actual way to turn them on. Maybe something like, maybe. Yes. Good old copper goblin. I find that cool actually. And then we can do something like, maybe a glow something. Sea lantern somewhere like in the corners. And then we can get the water. And this is what I'm going for. There you go. Right, I think that's about done. Now we've got to see where they are. So we need more light here.
An easiest way to do it, really, if you need more lights, I mean, just get some fans and just do this. You need lights somewhere. Easiest trick in the book. It looks good, it looks nice, it makes sense. Now you just need low lighting because I see a bunch of low lighting. Roots. Okay, I think that's good. I don't think any mobs are actually spawning. I think it's lit up pretty well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Don't think we need any more actual beds. I think this is going to be populated enough, to be fair. So, yeah, we're going to do that. I'm going to stop, put some fences in some areas. Only because, like, main reason why is because I don't want them to go, go to an area, then get lost, and then get stuck. So I will block some areas off with fence. For example, this, I might block it off from about here, just so they don't go beyond that. This here, I'll actually keep it like this, but I'm going to block it off there, and I want to go around and block it off here. That's fine, this is fine. Yeah, that's fine, and that's fine, cool. So now, do we want to put some beds in here? I don't think we should. I do like this barn. I do think putting villages in the cement barn won't really work. So I think all we have to do now is get rid of that, put these other villages in. The thing is, I need really one to have a job. So I want to do this actually. I want to get the compost done. Because the rest I'm just going to put green. So we need one dude with the composter, which is going to have his own bed over here. So we need one dude. That's all I wanted. Come on, please become a farmer. No, become the farmer. Where's he going to? Where's he going to?
First off, what are you doing, bro? I want to do, first off, I want to do this. No. I want to block it off. I'm actually going to go for green, to be honest. I'm just going to go for green. Where's that blue? That's not overlutions on this blue. Well, you know what? Then fine. This is what we're going to do. We're just going to put, that's 2, 3, 4. So we need to 1, 2, 3. Need to 1, 2, 3. 3. I don't care if they have jobs, to be honest. I'm not going to care at this point. As long as it's villages in the village. And then I'll come here and I'll do maybe some like that, maybe just spread it around. Now I just got to figure out who became a farmer. Or is anyone going to become a farmer? That's a real question. Is anyone going to become a farmer? No, you're not a farmer. This became the actual farmer. I need to find a dude who's actually become a farmer. Please, someone become a farmer for Lord's sake. Oh my goodness. Where is the... Oh my goodness. Why? Oh, there he is. Damn farmer boy, what do you have? What do you have? You're got beetroot. Okay. That's fine. I'll plant him beetroot. I forgot I do want to trap him in. So this is what we can... No, I can't trap him in. Damn, okay. We're gonna... No, you. What are you? Wheat. Okay. Let's get some wheat in. I'm actually gonna try and do something different. I'm not gonna try and make it like a... What do you call it? I'm not going to try and make it a, pair, paired for I'm just going to do some of this. Like that, and then come right here and do this. Water. There's no water in that spot. That, and then we need, what do we need? Get our lantern. Lantern. There we go. And then we're just going to get the bone meal and bone meal. And I think this is done. So I know that no mobs will spawn in this section, so I have to be concerned about that. So say it so I can find. As I said, this is not the bigger village because this building is actually really big, too big, I reckon. It doesn't feel like it belongs there. At the same time, I love it because it's like one of the main. It's like the only three like food sources they have. Yeah, it looks. I like it. This here feels pretty big too, to be fair, and it's. I'm trying to look at it from distance. That looks nice. That looks nice. It does look nice. When we're coming from like say from here, you don't really see it anymore. Yeah, I don't. So we've got this village done. Yeah, so now the next live stream where we'll do is specifically for. Oh, wait, I need also beacon. So I need actually this to be. Where's that one? We got beacon. This is how it is. This is the flat. I'm gonna name the next person. Then we need. What is it? We'll do. Isn't that? Yes, magenta, isn't it? Right, I'm gonna do that. That works. Okay, let me get that for beacon first. Beacons. There we go, and then. Uh, oh wait, hold on. I think that one is like dark again, so it's the thing with black stained glass. So I need to do. There we go. Let me do. There we go. Okay, that's how I have it. There we go. Perfect. Alright, so yeah, so now this village is. Don't say mod spawning. So I'll say this is a pass. Got every business that's done this into it, but yeah, I say it's a pass. Thank you for watching. As I said, we'll do the next stream. We'll do the next stream will be in a week of this. Sometime we're a couple more days going to need a break. So we will do all this area and planning it and actually start putting the actual crops in and all that. But this village itself is done, really done, guys. Let's say mobs spawning. I'm gonna put some light over here somewhere, but that's going to feel more comfortable. But yeah, so I thank you for watching, and I'll hope that I see you next time. But I will name that new this first village we built.